Not all students, particularly with milder forms of autism or learning disabilities, will be identified prior to school entrance. Hence, it is essential for educators and school-based support administrators to ensure that students who have high risk factors and warning signs of learning disabilities and ASD are identified and provided with specialized instructions, more scaffolded support and interventions as soon as possible. Assalamualaikum and a very good morning. My name is Suhaila Muhammad, Program Associate of SEAMEO SEN, and on behalf of the Training and Consultation Division of SEAMEO SEN, the participants from Malaysia, Singapore, Thailand, Indonesia, Philippines, and Myanmar, welcome to today's training session. Yindi Tonrap, Juzubane, Mabuhay, and selamat datang to Strengthening the Roles of Teachers in School-Based Screening and Interventions with 4 of our distinguished speakers from Indonesia, United States of America, India, and Singapore. Ladies and gentlemen, it is indeed an honor to introduce all of our esteemed speakers. For day 1, we have speaker from Indonesia, Ms. Weningsi, who is an Assistant Director of Asia and Pacific Region for Assessment, Program Planning, and Project Execution. And Ms. Weningsi is also the Resident Expert of SEAMEO SEN. For day 2, we have Dr. Eric Carber, a professor at the James Madison University from USA, alongside Prof. Santoshi Helder, a professor at the University of Calcutta, India. Prof. Santoshi will also be the speaker for day 3, alongside Dr. Tan Chi Soon,
Senior Lecturer at the National Institute of Education, Singapore. We at SEAMEO SEN are tremendously honored to have all of these esteemed speakers with us. Before we begin, allow me to give a shout out to the amazing team consists of the Training and Consultation Division, the head from Malaysia Ahmad Shah, Madam Mastura, Madam Harisha, as well as from Strategic Communication Unit, Mr. Shabil, Mr. Risnedi, Mr. Ashraf, Ms. Mizanina, who have been putting so much of great effort in ensuring this training is in line with SEAMEO SEN's aims and objectives. Ladies and gentlemen, these training sessions would not have been materialized if it had not been for the great support and ideas from our very own director of SEAMEO SEN, Dr. Hajah Hanani Harun Rasid. Dr. Hanani is extensively passionate about special education, and this topic today on school-based screening and interventions is definitely close to her heart. With that, I am extremely honored to welcome Dr. Hajah Hanani Harun Rasid to deliver her opening remarks. Please welcome Dr. Hajah Hanani.
Thank you, Madam Suhaila. Assalamualaikum and a very good morning. Dr. Muhammad Azizani Mak Jalil, Deputy Director of SEAMEO SEN. Our honorable speakers today, Ms. Weningsi, SEAMEO SEN Resident Expert and Educational Specialist, Perkins International Asia Pacific Program for Indonesia, Professor Santoshi Halder, Professor at the University of Calcutta, India, Dr. Eric Kaba, Professor James Madison, University, United States of America, and Dr. Tan Chi Soon, Senior Lecturer, National Institute of Education, Singapore. First and foremost, I would like to welcome everyone to this online course titled Strengthening the Roles of Teachers in School-Based Screening and Intervention. I am delighted and appreciate your dedication and commitment to participate in this 3 days course. As an educator, I believe all of us are aware of the importance of early screening and intervention for learners with disabilities. Early screening can be defined as an initial identification of children at risk of any type of disability in their developmental milestone, especially the learning development. This can assist in giving the children extra support sooner and mitigate the risk of not achieving the actual learning developmental level. Since our establishment, SEAMEO SEN has focused on sharing the best practices for supporting learners with disabilities, especially regarding their learning development. Prevention is better than cure. Therefore, this time around, SEAMEO SEN would like to share to all educators in SEAMEO member countries on how to strengthen the roles of teachers in school-based screening and implement early intervention for learners with disabilities. By the end of the training sessions, it is expected that all participants will be able to identify and implement the appropriate assessment tools and the correct checklist and also instruments for facilitating the preparation of school-based screening and intervention accordingly. I surely hope that the sessions will enlighten teachers on their roles in conducting the early identification and its instruments for assessing each student's learning development at school. Consequently, this will enable learners with disabilities to access quality education and achieve the required level of learning based on their age. Ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor to have the experiential speakers with us today, Ms. Weningsi, Prof. Santoshi, Dr. Eric, and Dr. Tan. Many thanks to the honorable speakers for their time and diligent commitment to share fruitful insights on teachers' roles in implementing school-based screening and intervention for learners with disabilities. It is hoped that all of you will actively participate in this course and ask as many questions you want. I believe all speakers are expected to have an interactive session with all the participants. On my final note, I would like to thank all participants for joining us through this course. I wish you all an enjoyable and productive course ahead. Thank you. Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi. Dr. Hanani, thank you for your inspiring remarks. Yes, Doctor, I'm sure our teachers for today will engage and actively participate. Hope everyone is ready for these 3-day training sessions with our distinguished speakers. But before that, let us capture this wonderful moment together with all of you. So let us go for photo session, shall we? Let's turn on your camera. I can see so many beautiful faces, familiar faces here. Welcome. Hello. Okay, let's put a smile on your face. Training. Okay, is you ready? All right. Let's take a picture. Let's go 1, 2, 3. And one more. 1, 2, 3. All right, and freestyle, everybody. 1, 2, 3. All right, thank you. Okay, before I proceed with the training briefing, please allow me to share about our social media platform. So if you have not followed us on our Facebook or Instagram or Twitter, please do follow us there, as well as to subscribe to our YouTube channel for more videos of our events. And now I shall move on to the briefing. As this briefing is highly significant for all participants, we hope you pay close attention. Firstly, there will be no attendance form. Therefore, participants are required to change their usernames on screen with their full names as registered in MOE email so that our officers are able to take your attendance. Secondly, you are encouraged to engage or ask questions to the speakers in the chat box, but please be reminded to not use simplified words in your notes so that the secretariat and others may understand you better. As for the certificate of attendance will only be sent to participants who are in full attendance and have completed the participant form and evaluation questions. And the e-certificate will be sent to participants through email that has been registered within 14 working days. And there's one more, certificate of excellence. Okay, that certificate of excellence will only be sent to participants who submit their action plan report with activities, photos related to the course within 2 months after the course ends. Excuse me. And for this, it is subject to review and approval from the head of Training and Consultation Division, as well as SEAMEO SEN Director. You can carry out your activities either in small or large groups, and the sample of action plan and report on execution will be shared through your registered email along with the evaluation link at the end of the training session. So that will be on day 3. Okay. However, only participants with full attendance will receive the materials mentioned. And we also have our viewers on YouTube and Facebook here. Thank you for joining us. Welcome. All right. For those who are joining us from Facebook and YouTube, thank you. And we also would like to inform you that we will not receive any certificates from us. Okay, but we really appreciate your attendance and great support. All right, now thank you all for your kind attention. Moving on, before we begin, I would also like to remind you for the first slot, the session will be from 9:30 to 10:30 a.m. And we shall go for a short break at 10:30 a.m. until 10:45 a.m. And we shall come back for slot 2 at 10:45 before we head for lunch break at 1 p.m. until 2 p.m. Malaysia time. We shall then proceed with our afternoon activities and presentations when we come back at 2 p.m. until 4:30 p.m. with presentations by representatives from each of the country with the topics given to all of your respective MOE. So for the representatives, I highly appreciate if you could reach out to me via my personal chat here in the Zoom chat box so I may know your names and details. And in addition to that, I would also like to state here that there will be 5 breakout rooms for today after our lunch break. So we highly appreciate your kind cooperation to actively participate and contribute your ideas and experience during the breakout room session, as this is crucial later when you fill up the evaluation form on the final day. Okay, now ladies and gentlemen, to all of our respected participants, for our first day today, I am pleased to introduce our speaker, Miss Weningsi from Perkins, Indonesia, who is also SEAMEO SEN's resident expert. Miss Weningsi, Assalamualaikum, apa khabar? Thank you for joining us.
Waalaikumsalam. Terima kasih, Madam Suela. You look so gorgeous. Hello, everyone.
You too, Miss Weningsi. Okay, I hope everybody's ready. If you're ready, let's give a thumbs up in the chat box, please. Can we get a thumbs up for Miss Weningsi? Let's see all the thumbs up coming up. As well, maybe like a hand clap or something. Yay! There you go. Wow, everyone's ready for the session. Okay, Miss Weningsi, you can see all the thumbs up coming. So the floor is yours, Miss Weningsi.
Okay.
Good luck.
Okay. Thank you so much, Madam Suela. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, everyone. It's really nice to be here. Good morning, Madam Harja Hanani, Dr. Harja Hanani, the Director of SEAMEO SEN, and all the teams, training team of SEAMEO SEN, as well as all the presenter for tomorrow and the next day, and of
Miss Weningsi, I think there's a technical glitch there, Miss Weningsi. Miss Weningsi? Okay, we apologize for the technical glitch there. Miss Weningsi will be right back soon. Yeah, we lost Miss Weningsi. Yeah, that's right, Teacher Roslina. Okay, she will come back. So in the meantime, perhaps we can get to know one another. Can you tell us where you're from in the chat box? Where are you from? Which country, which state, which school? We would like to get to know you better before we begin the training sessions today.
sorry,
Teacher Sumaya.
I think I was disconnected.
Yes, there was a technical glitch there. Are you okay, Miss Weningsi?
Yes, I'm so sorry about that.
It's okay. It's okay. It happens. It happens with the, virtual training session. This typically happens. So no worries. So we have all the participants from Sabah, Penang, Kelantan, Indonesia, Malacca, Selangor, Alostak, Myanmar, Perak. All right. Singapore, Thailand, Johor. Wow, that's amazing. All right, Miss Weningsi, back to you.
Okay, well, thank you so much. Wow, that's a lot of teachers. In the future, we could meet. Okay, so I would like to invite all of you to just briefly to get to know about children with special needs. Although I understand that some of you, or probably most of you, have been working with these children, but I just would like to remind you a little bit, so could really keep out in our mind that during these 3 days, we are talking about those children. All right, can I share my presentation? Okay, great. Okay, so for the first thing that I would like to remind you is that this is the child that we are talking about, but please just keep in mind that we are going to see them as a child, as not their disability, but as a child who also can bring you a lot of fun and joy. Okay, so these are the children that we would like to talk about in this an hour. I don't want to talk all of the children with special need, but however, I understand that most of these children in the list are also that you might find in the inclusive school or in the mainstream school. Okay, so first is that the children that a lot of people really always talking about, and it's sometimes it's easy for them to talk about children with autism or children with ASD, but I would like to share that this is a spectrum disorder which there are wide variation of the type and also severity, and based on the DSM-5 suggested that it's actually a long process on long procedure to need to be taken before really that the diagnosis is come to this individual. There are 5 different types of autism, which is the level 1 ASD, previously called as Asperger syndrome. And the second is that Rett syndrome, that also this has been actually removed from the spectrum. And also, there is a Kenner syndrome or classic autistic disorder, which is the children who have been diagnosed with this syndrome actually display a profound need for the routine and also often display no interest in the world around them. The children turn their attention inward and show little desire to interact. The other one is the pervasive development disorder, and this form of autism is generally less severe than others. And children with this type, okay, my connection is unstable. So the children with this type of autism may have experienced delays in benchmark, such as speaking or walking, and often like behind of the children who are on pace to hit their development milestone.
Miss Manny.
Yeah.
I'm sorry to interrupt you. Yeah, are you sharing your slides now? Because we can't see your slides there.
Oh, really? It's
yeah.
Oh. Wow, it's actually 1 second.
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Thank you for letting me know. Otherwise, I will just keep talking.
Oh yeah, there's a request for you to repeat again. Is that okay?
Oh yeah, sure. Okay. So actually, today we are going to discuss these children who are typically we found in the regular school. These are not all the type of children with disability, but I just picked some of the type who might be familiar for you. Okay, so the first is about children with ASD. And sometimes it's very easy for people to just keep saying, oh, these children have the autistic. But it's actually based on the DSM-5. It is need a long process that need to be taken to diagnose it if the children has ASD or not. And typically, there are 5 types of ASD, which first is the autism, the ASD level 1, that previously also called as Asperger syndrome. And most people with this disorder are often kind of normal or above normal intelligent, and but it has the social problem or social and communication challenge. The second is with the Rett syndrome, and although this has been removed from the spectrum, the childhood distinct disorder, children who seem to be developing well, were social interactive and talk and made eye contact, and suddenly she's being themselves of shut down. And then the third is children ASD that called as Kenner syndrome, or a classic autistic disorder. They are who have been diagnosed with this syndrome is actually display of profound need for the routine and often display no interest in the world around them. Next is the pervasive development disorder. And this form of autism is generally less severe than others. And children with this type of autism may have experienced delay in smart, such as speaking or walking, and often left behind other children who are on pace to hit their developmental milestone. So the characteristic of the learning characteristics of the children, as so in the slide, so you see that there are a lot of a problem that's actually it can be shown to them in these children. These are the characteristics that's more broadly defined to the children with the ASD. And according to the DSM-5, the guide created by the American DSM-5 is a guide that's created by the American Psychiatric Association, and usually the professional around the world is actually refer to the DSM-5 to find to know the definition and other characteristics. So mostly these are children with ASD. At least there are three things that was very obviously shown to them, which have a difficulty in the communication and also interaction with other people, and then also restricted interest and have the repetitive behaviors. And this symptom that affect to the ability to function in school, work, and other areas of life. So, but I also want to say that a lot of this symptom in the slide is actually also shown also shown in the children with a visual impairment. So before you actually refer or think that the children may have the autistic, you really have to see if the children have visually impaired or not. Because like children with visual impairment also have less eye contact. They also have repetitive behaviors, and they also have such a difficulty to adjust to the changing. So there are a lot of characteristics in the children with autism are similar with children with visual impairment, particularly them who are still young, right? So please just be sure before we're thinking about children with autistic, make sure if the children has visually impaired or not. So I just would like to just point a little bit about the teaching strategy. We hope that we have a time here. It is important to develop the communication and also not necessarily to be always one-on-one teaching, because the children need to learn about the social interaction. It's also important to teach them with a meaningful concept that is really, these children have difficulty also to understand abstract. Based on the WHO, actually 70% of children with autism, ASD, also have sort of intellectual disability. So this is also something that we have to aware of. I know that tomorrow you will learn about applied behavior management, and that is a very good thing for you to have the more deeply teaching strategy about these children. Okay, that was autistic. I don't want to get more deeply, but you can learn from other training maybe next time if SEAMEO SEN will have. The second child that often we find in the regular school or in the education setting is children with ADHD. And this is the definition that we know or that we can refer about the ADHD. And as you may know that some of children with autistic also have ADHD, but not all the children with ADHD also has autistic. The ADHD also sometimes attached to other disability as well. And these are the common signs of children who may have the ADHD. And often that the children is like, when you're talking to the children is look like somewhere, the focus is not with you. It's hard for them to really kind of focus. The problem with the children is actually that they have the perception a problem, which for the sensory and other function of the developmental is fine, but they have really bad.
Miss Manning.
So sometimes, yeah.
Hi, Miss Manisi. I think your internet connection there is not so good today. The bandwidth is very low. Yes. Can you repeat? Yeah. Can you please repeat that part? The common signs of children with ADHD.
Okay.
Do you want to log out and come back?
You don't mind? That might be help. Is that okay?
Let me get the advice from the technical team. Mr. Shabil, Mr. Shabil or Mr. Eddie, will it be okay if Miss Vanessa turn off her camera? Would it help with the internet connection?
Yes, it may help.
Okay, all right.
Okay. So it's right? Okay, I'm so sorry about
it's
that.
okay, it's okay. We apologize to our participants. Thank you so much, for your patience and understanding.
Thank you.
Right.
Thank you so much. Yeah. Okay. So yeah. Okay. So with these children, actually the problem, which they not really kind of learned so much as we expect, is the problem is not in their sensory, and also some of them is not in the cognition level, but in the perception. So when we're thinking about the learning process, actually has our senses that taking the information, and then is need attention there for our brain to actually catch that information, and also to give the meaning of the information we take. However, for these children, the area of focus or attention is not there. There are some common sign that we can find or we can see to the children is that they're often like somewhere. They have a daydream. They don't have attention even when you're talking to them. Some of them is really kind of careless and make a lot of mistake, and also have a hard time to resisting the temptation of doing whatever that they need. So they also have a trouble of taking turn. So if you ask these children to queuing, it's so hard for them. When you're talking probably, or when you're asking something, the children sometimes they haven't really hear all the question, or you haven't finished your question. Their children already answer, which is sometimes is a lead to the mistake. You can read this presentation or this slide I give to you, and these are more a detail about some symptom or some signs that you may see in these children. And if you see these children in your classroom, please, if you're a regular teacher, please ask for support. Okay, these are some ideas of the teaching strategy that you can really apply in your classroom, right? So that is making sure that you have the routine in your schedule and also activities. If you have if you are a teacher in the inclusive school, it is important to have the rule which you build with your student, and then using a system of rewards and consequences. Yeah, that is really understandable by the student. Put the child sit near you as a teacher is very important, so that you can reach out to this child or to this student when he need it. So before he actually run, for example, you can prevent that. You can help him so that you don't waste your time to just always chasing this child. I will let you to read everything because this is in your presentation. But again, that I'm really glad that you will learn about the behavior management or behavior therapy tomorrow with the other presenter. So before I go to the next type of children with disability, I would like to share this important thing, because this is related to children with intellectual disability, learning disability, children with high intelligence, and autism. Probably you already seen this curve, which actually show about our IQ score. Or usually we use this to make a difference whether these children actually have ID intellectual disability, or learning disability, or other disability, based on the IQ. But not all the diagnostic, or not all the screening have to use the IQ score. So this curve actually show the people who consider as intelligent based IQ. So if you see in the middle, the mean is 100 score. So average people have the IQ between 90 to 110. So below that means there is a problem. As well as above the 110, there is something special about that. Okay, so let's use this curve to really see what is intellectual disability. So again, that's the average people has the IQ between 95 to 110. Oh, sorry, 90 to 110. And then children with intellectual disability has an IQ between 70 and below. So children who has IQ between 70 and below is considered as them with intellectual disability. But there is a gap between 71 and 90. So these children are called as the children with borderline or a slow learner. Again, that based on the IQ score. If we move to the right, there are people who consider as have the high IQ or high intelligence is actually them who has the IQ above 130 based on this score. So now we have children with called as learning disability. So children with learning disabilities actually has the IQ between 90 to 90 or above. So children with learning disability, they don't have the IQ problem. They could be average or above. And then where is the autism? Children with autism can be anywhere in this curve, but mostly they are below. They are about 70 or below. So based on the WHO, most of children with autism also have the intellectual disability. So again, I hope that this will give you clarity when we try to understand about these children based on the IQ score. Okay, now we are moving to the children with intellectual disability. So as you just saw before, that children with intellectual disability are them who has an IQ score about 70 and below. So these children, in the past, they also called as the children with mental retardation. But at the moment, don't use that terminology anymore. The right or the proper termination for them is intellectual disability. And these children have a significant disability in both intellectual functioning, for instance, for communication and learning and problem solving, but also have the maladaptive behavior, like the everyday social skill, skill on taking care of the hygiene, as well as other skill that other children in the same age actually has. These children may don't perform as other children. So based on the DSM-5, again, that these are the criteria that we can call an individual has the intellectual disability. So the main characteristic of children or people with ID actually include the three barriers that described in this slide. So intelligence below average, which is again that the average people is 90 to 100, but these children have the 70 and below, while the children who are in the gap in between 90 to between 71 to 90 is called a borderline. They have the poor and adaptive behavior. So it is like the behavior or skill that is controlled by children of the same age and come from the same area, but the children cannot perform. And this ID usually, or it has to be manifest during the development period. So it's mean 0 to 18 years old. These children have a difficult also to paying attention, of course, problem solving, use of the cognition, and use the abstraction. So everything has to be concrete for them. They find difficulty to understand what is the similarity or the differences of something. Of course, the cause effect, because this is related to the cognition and poor memory. And they also have the impulsive. So if they like something, it's hard to stop. They just want to keep doing that. As if you see the physical, they look clumsy for movement. They also have an ability to generalize the things. So by understanding the difficulty, we can really think what is the teaching strategy that's appropriate for them. So they really need to learn from concrete to abstract. Teach from the easy to the more difficult. It's hard for them to learning about numbers or about the addition, but it's easier if you teach them using the money. It's really hard for them if you immediately teach them on the alphabet. but go to let them understand about the real object. Then you make a picture with them, and then the word and then letters. So you have to think like differently when you really teach these children. I often saw a lot of children, even in special school, they are already 17, 16, 15, and they're still copying the word, or they're just tracing the word. And that is not meaningful for them. So make sure that you teach the meaningful activities, the meaningful things for them. Always include pictures in the real experience, and also provide demonstration with her when you want him to learn something. It is important also to think about the area that you need to teach to them, the personal help to be independent, going to the toilet, use the bathroom, start feeding, dressing. That is something that we have to consider. Communication and social interaction is something that is important. Sometimes that these children may do not know how to asking help, and then that is the thing that we need to teach to them. They will not learn immediately when we don't teach them. Learning routines and being safe. This is something that important. I remember one of the kids that usually somebody picked him up in the from the school, but there was time that the mom was didn't come on the right time, and he just didn't know what to do. So teaching him how to go home, how to asking help if something happened is important for them. Okay, so let's move to the children that is really fun to work with. I mean, all of the children is fun, but this is very special. These are children that you find a lot in the regular school. Sometimes those children really have the learning disability, but sometimes because of our teaching strategy. But let's think that we already have the right learning strategy, but we still find that there are some students who cannot perform academically. So those children may have a specific learning disability. Learning disability is not another term of intellectual or cognitive disability. It is something different. You already learned from the curve, the IQ score curve before. They have average or even above other children in terms of IQ score. The LD is significant delay in the learning of basic academics like reading, writing, math, and also that they have usually for the academic perform is like there is a difference from the performance between the reading, writing, and the math. So I would like to share you about this circle of trouble or circle of a problem that usually faced by children with learning disability as well as a teacher. So all of them see this is a trouble. The teacher thinks that children is a big problem. The student also think that my teacher doesn't like me. So it starts from the teacher frustration, because the children or the student is always incomplete of their work. They're very slow in work, have a poor behavior, like careless, and also like try to look for other children when they're doing something, sloppy for work. So all of this make the teacher frustration of what happened with this child. When the teacher frustration, sometimes it's go to the something that is not necessarily, that the teacher gave the lower grades to the children. The teacher will think, oh, this children is really will failure cannot give the good grading for him. When it's always coming, the teacher may call the parent, and that's always like happen everywhere. When the student doesn't perform or have a problem in the school, then calling the parents and discuss what is the problem, find out the problem. And this often happen, but they feel they don't find the solution. The teacher may ask the student to stay after school. The teacher think that by giving the repetition or adding the hours for the children to learn more, it will solve the problem, but it doesn't. When it doesn't work, maybe the teacher will have some sarcasm like, oh, you're very slow, lazy, and some other thing. In the end, of course, they cannot go to the next level of the class. Of course, I know it's not happen when we really believe about the inclusion. When the teacher have that, or that's happened, the student will feel that they're frightened. They feel angry because they think that I already done my best, but why my teacher still think that I'm lazy? Why my teacher always call my parent? Why I don't go to the next classroom? So the student feel that they stupid or dumb. They feel it's not important. When this feeling is always happened, there is a huge psychological impact, which this student may not believe with the teacher anymore. They don't like the teacher. They think that like the teacher is unfair. They think that the teacher doesn't understand what is happening. And this always kind of coming around to the cycle. Our job is really to cut this cycle. So I would like to tell you about a girl. So this girl is actually, she only can read when she was in the third grade of the primary school. She confused what is different between letter B and D with the small letter. She also always kind of nervous when the teacher asks to read because she cannot read. She doesn't know what is a left and right, always confused with the left and right. She always kind of have a funny movement when there is a gymnastic or exercise class because she has to follow the teacher for exercise, and she's really confused and frustrated at that lesson. She always have a problem with the writing the numbers. When she write the numbers, it's always upside down. So when she make 3, instead of facing to the left, it's always facing to the right. When make 5, it's always upside down. She only read the watch with the arrow when she was in the 7th grade. With the English, she always confused because she's Indonesian, and between English and Indonesia is always reverse, right? For instance, like in Bahasa, we call red flag, yeah, a flag red, but English is a red flag. So she always confused with that. She doesn't have any problem with the memory, and that is how she find out a way how to make herself not being so stupid. She always memorized everything. So I was talking about myself. It was me when I was in the regular school. But I'm fine right now. I'm not self-diagnosed that I have learning disability. But that was a problem with me. Okay. I hope none of you feel or have the similar experience as I do. So I don't want that dissimilar of kid is actually you have the children with similar feeling, like in the cycle. Let's cut the cycle and help these children. So there are three types of learning disability. First is dyslexia, where I have a problem with the reading and writing. Dyslexia is a problem with the reading, and dysgraphia is difficulty in writing, while dyscalculia is difficulty in the math or arithmetica. If a children with dyslexia, of course, he also have a problem with the dyscalculia, particularly for the story sum. So there are common symptoms of children with learning disability. They find difficulty to expressing themselves, shy because they're not confident. They think that there is something wrong with them, but nobody knows, and this student also doesn't know. So that's make the student difficult to express themselves. And they delay in learning the task, such as tying the shoe and telling the time. And tying the shoe is actually can be seen even when the children in the preschool. They have a difficulty to follow the direction. So if you give the direction like multiple directions, this student will be confused. Confused with the left and right. Some children confused with the up and down. So it depends. It's always different. The difficulty in learning the alphabet, timetables, word, and song rhymes. When they're still young, they have the poor playground skill, like jumping. That is doing the gymnastic is something that is really not fun for them. They mixing the letters or numbers. Some children also omit the letter or substitute the letters when they writing. These are the sample children with the book of a child with learning disability. So you see this actually the teacher only asked him to write the letter. And you can see like this is supposed to be B. Yeah, but what he make is totally not make a sense. So this is supposed to be C, and it's facing different direction. So this is supposed to be D and B, but he makes like this. So it's really good for you as your classroom teacher to really check your student book and try to analyze. This is the other sample. So below here, he only need to copy the numbers, but look at what he does. This is when he has to write the detection. Yeah, he actually write what he hear. So said. So what he hear is said. So he just read like this. With and with is something that really not really clear. So this student write differently. Wash, yeah, here, her, become this. So it's really simply she wrote what she hear. When the teacher didn't really aware about the problem of these children, of course the teacher will say like, what is this? This is totally wrong, right? Okay, now I'm just give a little bit idea about the teaching strategy. Last month, I met one of the student who has this problem. and actually she has a problem with the math. So I asked her to finish this sum, and 12 plus 4, and she made 3. Yeah. So I know that the 3 is coming from 1 plus 2 here, and she just put it here. So see, she doesn't know where to put. And then the other thing, 21 plus 14. So she made 4 and 1. And I assume this could be from this, the numbers below, or from here. So there is no pattern. There is no pattern where this comes from. So you're just copying. So immediately when I gave her a clue, like what should she does, so I just put the dot above in the right. So I just told her to look the dot and then do the sum, and she made it right. So I didn't really help her at all. I just keep remind her, look the dot and do that first. It's like magic. She does it. Yeah. So it's really important for these children to do the remediation. Find out what is the problem. So that's why screening is become so important, because when you see the book, you will see the pattern. So find out what is the pattern. Try to go into their mind. When you work with these children, it's also important to see what is the behavior. Whether the child is actually using the fingers, or whether the child actually says something that is very soft. So you have to see everything when you try to help this kid, to assess this kid, or to do the screening from the beginning. So provide the visual clue is something that important for them, and also its work. But these children already have the traumatic to work with the academic. So it's make sure that you use the fun teaching strategy. It's important to avoid to giving like a book and worksheet and just left the kid, but make a game with them. Make them to not thinking that this is the academic lesson for them. Because these children have difficulty to understand the multiple instruction, make sure that you have to break down the instruction into the a shorter instruction, or shorter part, or shorter task, so then they will understand. Make sure just give one each a time. I was still curious about this kid. So this kid doesn't have any problem with the reading, doesn't have any problem with the writing. So it's only have a problem with the numbers. So I made the numbers and I asked her to read. And what she read is really kind of just like she read what that she actually hear. So when I asked her to read this actually she just say like instead of 12, which in Bahasa like 12 mean 2, belas is 1. So she read as 1, 2, 1, 4. So then I was curious. Then I asked her to write 12 mean 2 first. If you hear it's 2 first, then 1. So what she wrote is actually 12, she wrote as 21. So 2 first and then 1. 4 first, for 14, she wrote 4 first, then 1. So obviously that she only read what she hear. She doesn't understand about this. So she has to memorize for the number 11 until 19, because this kind of, there is no pattern here. So with the summary, I asked her again to make this summary with the carryover. And still, only one time I gave her, I told her what she do, and she does it. She did it herself. It's amazing, yeah? Okay. So I hope that you already have the clarity about children with LD, ID, and autism based on the IQ score, but also other symptoms. Now, I'm going to move to the children who actually easily for you to screen because visually is different than other. However, with the children with visual impairment, there is a sort of something that new coming, well, actually it's not new, it's already about 3, 4, 5 years ago, about children with visual impairment that we call as a CVI, or cortical visual impairment. But children with visual impairment is them who has a degree of vision loss. It could be totally blind, or could be who still have some vision, but this vision that they have is really wider. There is no children who has the similar diagnostic and has the similar function. It's actually the same. So let's see about the children with low vision, or them who still has the sort of vision. So this definition in the slide is actually given by WHO. But the thing is that at the moment, there are a lot of children which we cannot really measure for their visual field or visual loss. It is hard to measure, so we cannot find 20 to 60 what is that formula, or 10 degrees of the visual criteria, but they still considered as a children with low vision. So children with low vision is them who still have the visual impairment even after correction. For instance, like having glasses, or they already have the surgery, but their vision still not as functioning as other children, but it still have the potential to be used. So that means that they experience difficulty accomplishing everyday activities. So that's include the visual tasks, if they wear glasses, or if they use the different optical devices like magnifier or others. So I would like to invite you to watch this. Hopefully it's work. This is to give you idea about how it look like to be a visual impaired. Let's watch.
If you want to have a seriously sexy book.
Oh, okay, sorry. Just go.
Across 7 East London boroughs. In a moment, my colleagues Nicola and Davini will talk us through some of the effects caused by various forms of vision impairment, illustrating some of the impacts they may have on a person's day-to-day life. It's important to note that the effects and severity of eye conditions vary widely from person to person, but the following simulations can give you an idea of the typical effects. Here's Nicola with our first scenario, cataracts.
So this is the first, it's cataract. How does it look like to be cataract?
The busy high street presents a number of hazards and obstacles, even negotiating shop doorways. But for someone with cataracts, it's even more challenging. A cataract is the result of a change in the lens protein that results in the lens becoming obscure. As you can see, a person with cataracts may find negotiating down a street much more difficult. Cataracts can impair visual acuity and make surroundings appear blurred or cloudy. obstacles and hazards are much harder to see or anticipate. Here's Kavini to tell us about macular degeneration.
So I just want to pause. So cataract is not only happen or for old people. There are a lot of children with cataract as well.
Macular degeneration.
Macular degeneration is one of the leading causes of blindness in people over the age.
So although here is explained that normally it's for people who are 75 and older, but there are a lot of children who losing their vision as well.
Ms. Vanessa?
Yeah.
For your information, we are not able to view the video as you're playing it. Yeah, so perhaps we can share the link to the YouTube video in the chat box.
Yes, there is.
So yeah,
there is,
all of us can't see the video.
Sure.
The teacher No
there is
Atika has shared the link.
Yeah, so actually there is
So we can all watch it there.
Yes, if they got the presentation, actually there is a link over there, so they can.
Okay. All right.
Yeah. So yes, thank you for
All
reminding.
right. Thank you. Yeah, thank you, Ms. Vanessa.
Yeah. So yes, please check to that. That give you some ideas about these children, but what I would like to say is that all those different disease or a medical problem with the vision can lead to the low vision or even more severe. Okay, so let me back to the presentation. How many more minutes I still have?
You still have 15 minutes before we go for a break at 10:30.
Okay. Okay. So yeah, take time for you to check the link later today. So basically, there are two different types of vision problem which happen in the ocular, which is in our eyeball, such as a cataract or OP, glaucoma, and other disease, which also cause low vision. But there are also problems of the vision that happen in the sensory, which is in the vision pathways in the brain or in the between brain and the eyeball. And this is such difficult to diagnose and difficult to assess. For you who are a teacher, it's even difficult to screen because physically the eyeball is fine, they look fine, but the children cannot see. So this is this condition is called as cortical visual impairment. And in the developed country, there are a lot of children with this condition. I'm sure there are also a lot of children right now in your country that it look like fine, but actually they cannot see. So those children actually is hard to measure. That's why there is no, it's difficult to apply 20 to 60 degree or 20 degree because it is scattered. Sometimes they seem to be see something, sometimes not. The problem is in how the brain is interpret what the vision, what the eye is actually see. So there is no problem with the eyeball, but the problem is the interpretation of the image that the eye actually catch. This cortical visual impairment usually is attached to the children with cerebral palsy, with them who has a hydrocephaly, or with them who has the liquid in their brain, or them who has a cerebral infection, or them who actually has a cerebral stroke. So recently I found that there are many children who has this category. Yeah, there is a damage or malformation within the brain. So these children usually suffer from this condition. It is important if we have this student is really to train the vision pathway. There is no intervention for surgery, but it needs to be a lot of training. Otherwise the nerve and the brain will not really able to function forever. So a lot of training to teach the brain on how to use the information. So if you later have to do the screening to the student, use this red flags. So to see if the children has the vision problem or not. Yeah, this is something that often happen. At least if you find like 50% of all of these symptom, you can be sure that they have a problem with the vision. Otherwise, you have to really kind of always check to the student. There are a lot of students with a Down syndrome also have the problem with the visual impairment. So if you could help them, if these children if them who have this symptom and be corrected with the eyeglass, it will make your work is probably easier. Sometimes we think that with children with Down syndrome, they do not do their task because they cognition. But sometimes even it's worse because they also have the vision problem. So if you found these children in your classroom, there are some simple strategy that you can use for the beginning. It's just kind of helping a little bit. It's just really make sure to control the lighting in your classroom. Some children is irritated with the too much light from the window. So if you put your student a setting like stage not in front, not facing the window, that will be better for them. Make sure to use the color and contrast to them so that they can find things easily, or when they write, they can find the line easier for them. Use the magnification, like these children in the picture. So use the magnifier so that she can read better because it's make it bigger. So some of them may work like very close to the distance. Don't worry. Like this children in the below, he has to move closer to the PC to be able to read, or some have to move very close to see the TV. So it's fine. It's just make sure to give the break. Otherwise, if you keep pulling them out, they will not see anything and they will not get any information. Organize your space. Make sure that you always have you always place the object, the things, the learning material in the same place so that the student can find their own. Okay. Now we move to the another one. This is this is another disability that you may has in the regular school, of course, in the special school, is the deafness and hearing impairment. It is a difference between deafness and hearing impairment by the definition. And because deafness is really, them who really have the very severe, And while the hearing impairment is them that's you still sometimes can use the hearing aid to help them, and both of course have a different teaching strategy that you can use. So understanding the degree of severity or the hearing loss is good for us to think about the teaching strategy that appropriate for the student. We only can know how much the hearing loss of the children when they have to take the test. In this case, it could be the BERA test to see how many decibel that the student still has. All of this level of hearing loss has, of course, has a different teaching strategy, sort of a different teaching strategy. So let's see about this. It's called banana speech, which actually is a range of a sound that's measured in the certain of degree and also the pitch. So in the left is the a degree decibel, how many decibel, and in the both is actually the horizontally is actually the pitch. So you see the picture of banana, like the yellow part, like a banana. This is actually when a people have the conversation. It's actually between 20 to 60 degree, 20 to 60 decibel. So if the children have the moderate hearing loss, it's sort of difficult for them to hearing the conversation, the people talking. You see, this is the alphabet, that a phoneme that we talk the English for English speaking actually, I, G, U, and everything. Whether if it's not talking about alphabet, we talk like word which consists a lot of alphabet. So it is difficult for them to hear. So if we know like how much decibel the children has, and we want them to hear what we saying, it's good to think about the hearing aids. But also if the student are above 80 decibel, think about different strategy. Should we use the spoken language, or should we use the sign language instead? Because even when we shout, when we are screaming, it's hard for the student to hear. And screaming is not a normal conversation. It's not normal spoken language. So this is how important for us to know about the severity of the children and understand about this. So please later take a look about this speech banana. And if you have a student and you know how much they hearing loss, you can think of what is the best strategy for them to develop the language. So I want you to later again, we will not have time, and it is also prohibited, to see this video that give you idea like what it look like to be hearing, to have a hearing loss in the mild, mild, severe, and profound. It is nice video. This is one of the best video. There are many videos of hearing simulation, but I picked one that is good for you to learn, to see, and finally to learn from it. Some strategy that you may use is really kind of let the child know when you are coming by tapping his or her shoulder, for instance. Yeah. Touch the shoulder to get the attention before you're speaking. Make sure when you speak is you're in front of the children. And then also take the child to the source of the sounds. Give the meaning of the sound, because without really doing that, they do not know what that sounds mean. They do not know what the sound of the door that's closed. So instead of just let the door close, bring the children to slam it together with you, and then modeling with the language of closing the door or something. Pay attention to what the student is attending to. So think about the quality of the sound, what the sound that the student is actually seem to be here, yeah, and other thing. And also like ask the student to repeat the direction. If you give the direction to the student, ask them to repeat the direction. Okay. So use the music movement to teach for the children to be aware of the sound and also to be able to identify where the sound come from. Use the rhythm. Listening to the story is a good way for the children for you to build the language for the children. So have the turn-taking conversation. Also always speak in the eye level of the children, and make sure to expand the child language. A lot of time I see that the teacher in the classroom who has a children with hearing impairment, sometimes during the math, they tend to teach the children to speak rather than to teach the content. So making sure that we are not confused where we have to teach the children on how to repeat the instruction and when we have to teach the content. Make sure also to use the different language, different type of language. We use sign language, not always spoken language as well. Some adaptation probably is needed in the classroom, like in this picture, using the ball, the tennis ball, to reduce the sound when the children have to pull the chair. And sometimes when we use the curtain in the window, it can absorb the sound, which help the child to be able to focus on your instruction. Make sure to talk in the regular voice, do not screaming. And this sometimes is really irritating for the children with hearing impairment. I talked to many friends who has hearing impairment, and they feel like, why people have to shout to me? Just use different language instead. Okay. This is another thing that another disability that also you might found is the orthopedic impairment or motor impairment or motor challenge, which really also kind of a spectrum or also kind of really wider. But the most challenge is with them or with the children with cerebral palsy. So this can be present with a very mild physical disability or sometimes an extreme disability. And this can be because they have the brain damage, which affects things such as cognition, sometimes also vision and hearing, not only with the motor or problem. Okay, so the cerebral palsy actually mostly caused by these two things because of the damage. It could be before birth, during, or even after birth, and it is really classified by the muscle. So there is the affected by the left muscle, or right, or upper body, or lower body. So it could be different, or the children may not be able to control their movement. They are different. Yeah. Okay. So let's see the video. This should be fine because my video. So right, Madam Suhaila, so we can play this. So these are some children with the different CP condition.
Madam Miss Maningsi? Okay, you have like 2 more minutes. Maybe you want to show this video after we come back for the break?
Sure, sure.
Mm.
Yeah. That will be yeah.
Yeah, okay. I'm sorry for interrupting. Yeah, can we come back at 10:45?
For telling me. Yes.
Mm.
Okay. So yeah, so we're gonna do see children with CP and one more children with multiple disability, and then we actually should be finished. So shall we break first then?
Yeah, we'll take a break and we come back at 10:45.
Okay, yeah. It
Yeah.
might be just take 4 or 5 minutes or more.
Okay, sure. So this is the agenda for today. We'll come back at 10:45, and Miss Wenixi will continue with her slot on issues in screening and assessment, as well as screening procedures and identifying some screening tools. And we go for a break, lunch break at 1 p.m., and we'll come back at 2 p.m. for the next slot. So I'll see you later at 10:45, Miss Weni, and the rest of you.
Sure. Thank you. Yeah. And let me know if there is, I'm sure there are a lot of pronunciation that's hard for you to understand. Just let me know. Okay.
Hello. Assalamualaikum. Welcome back, everybody. I need to know if you're still here with us. Okay, some of you have logged out. Okay, you can enter again. Our officers will allow you in. Okay, I'm here. Oh, hi, Teacher As. How are you? Hello, Teacher Shabina, Teacher Eliza, Teacher Fariza. Okay, hi. Teacher Roini, thank you so much. Okay. Thanks for the great response. You guys are so active here. Thank you. Still here. Okay. Thank you. Okay, Miss Veningsi. Miss Veningsi, are you ready?
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
Thank you, everyone still here. Thank you for your patience. And again, if there is something that you're not clear because my pronunciation, and I'm sure it's happened a lot, please let me know. Okay, so shall we continue with the video that I was about to share? So in this video, you will see some children with cerebral palsy, but different condition. But they are doing some functional activities. So let me know if it is work.
Semuanya kerja.
Can you share full screen, Miss Veni? Like slideshow?
Oh,
Underneath there on the right side.
see?
We can see, but it's not the full screen.
Oh, one second.
Yeah, sure, no problem. Miss Venice, I just want to let you know that at 11:15, Puan Mastura and I will have to attend another meeting, so we won't be here. So if there's any issues or any assistance that you need, you can communicate with the SU team as well as Puan Harisha will be here.
Yeah, okay, sure, thank you. So I just would like to make sure that the participant have the PPT and also the screening tool. Please just share to them that I send through the link, the Google Drive.
Okay, we'll share with them by email.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Good, because that will be good for them to get. Okay, can you see this? They are painting this clothes and they make of the sports and also a bag. But look. But take a look. So this boy here has a very loose muscle. While this girl, she has the CP is affected to her lower body as well as a mile in the right hand.
Doro menggunakan penang ya Doro ya. Mana coba lihat penangnya. Oke. Betul. Ya. Oke, coba lihat hasilnya. Coba lihat hasilnya mana? Buka. Ya. Ini Bang Ucup.
Well, this boy have a stiffness almost on his whole body. Look at the hand and also the head. He actually cannot sit when he is not in the special chair. So that is the movement that he can make. This girl can move like you see, but has stiffness also all over.
Kemudian dipukul-pukul. Ya, baik. Senang nggak, baik? Ya, hari ini gimana? Senang? Coba senyum dong, kamera.
Okay.
Biasa mereka pada senang semua ya kegiatannya.
Okay, I'm gonna have to stop. So that should give you idea the several type of CP, but there are more other children with a different type of CP. Okay. So what support that is important for them? It is really important to have the appropriate setting for them. Those children in the video that you saw before, they will not be able to function to do work if they don't sit properly. So like the children, the child in this picture in the left side is actually she only sit in the just regular chair, but in the right when she sit in the proper chair, which is really a special modification, then she can have the better vision. She can have the free hand to do more work. So positioning is important.
Miss Meningsi?
Yeah.
Okay, the SU team would like to spotlight you on the main screen. So can you turn on your camera just for like a few seconds?
Sure.
Okay, Mr. Eddie, are you ready?
Okay. Can I continue?
Okay. Hold on one moment, please.
Okay.
Mr. Eddie? Is it okay now? Right. All right. Thank you, Miss Macy. You may turn off your camera now.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
All right. So I'd like to introduce you with a girl. Yeah, she loves cook. She loves shopping, swimming, and love be among her friends. She read at the word level, and she moves her electric chair around the school. She uses glasses and use gesture to express her need. And she can go to the level to the second floor and back and forth with her electric wheelchair. And she also when she reads, actually she moves her head very close to the book and with the larger print. And if you had to tell her actually what would be the disability? Anybody could say? Do you, can somebody open the mic, and based on what you see, is there anybody who could think like what would be her disability?
Visual impairment and CP.
Anyone can say?
Is she having a visual impairment?
Yes, yes, she has visual impairment. And what else? That's good, thank you.
She's having a CP as well.
Exactly, how do you know?
Look at her hand. Look at her hand. And her eyes also.
Okay. All right. All right. And I was also saying that she uses wheelchair.
Yes.
Right. Yeah. Okay. Good. Good. Good observation. Okay. So, although she has at least two disability in the same time, which is like someone I cannot see who was talking. Thank you for saying that she has a visual impairment and CP, but she can perform academically. She does a lot of things for independence and as well as other things. So this kid considered as a multiple disability. Yeah, she actually also has some speech disorder as well. So if you see, this is the disability that you may see a lot in the special school. them who has one or more than one disability in the same time. But again, just like Neneng still do a lot of things. She still does a lot of things. These children is really rely on you, how to help them to be more independent and how to help them to be able to perform their ability, they fully function as an individual. Some children may have the visual impairment with hearing impairment at the same time. Some children may have the visual impairment and motor challenge. Some of them may have intellectual disability and hearing impairment in the same time, right? But they're just a child. So see them as a child instead of their disability. So if you think that each child is special, we always have to remember about what the Gardner was saying about the multiple intelligence. Each child has potential. Each child has talent or has the things that they can offer. Our task is really to identify what the potential that the child has is. And that is the important why we as a teacher have to look every single student to see what the child can do, what the child like, what the child current level in the academic and the other things. Not only academic, because there are a lot of people who has a linguistic intelligence, for instance. There are a lot of people who become musician, a great musician, but not all of them has a great academic level. There are a lot of people who are really great at mathematics, but not necessarily great in the interpersonal. Many of the people are great and special intelligence that get a designer for the room, for the things that related to how to place in the furniture and everything. That's about the special intelligence. A lot of athletes, right, that is really have a great body kinesthetic and intelligence. And it's not always that they need to be smart in the math. So a lot of people who recently, if you see in the YouTube, they know how to interact with the animal very well or with the nature very well. They have naturalistic intelligence. So if we are open-minded to see what is the possibility of the child, what is the potential of the child, what the child has, then we not get so stressful to only see that the child have to perform the academically. So I hope that we can be a door to help the kid to find their way for their future. Because yeah, every child is precious and every child can learn. That should be our technique, that every child and our belief that every child. All right, so I'm gonna have to stop here. Just give you about a few minutes if there is anything that you would like to discuss here, or if there is any question about this topic before we move to the second topic.
Hi, Ms. Nancy. Regarding the materials, okay, can the participants access directly to the Google Drive? You have made it accessible.
I'm not really sure because it used my email, which sometimes is restricted. Could you share to them?
Yeah, we can share, but did you make it accessible to all participants, Miss Fanny?
That is the thing, that our email is a kind of restricted. Usually kind of just for how many times. So this is our admin that made it.
You can just
make it, that will be better.
You can just share it. You can just because you're the owner of the link. Over there, you can edit and just put there anyone with the link. Anyone with the link can have access. Can you try?
That goes with that. Yeah, that's that our admin is has a kind of sort of let me but because I have to open it, but can you download it first at least? Can you download it first at least the PPT and then the screening tools and then share to them? I will try to I need to open my setting up
Okay,
everything.
sure. There are 8 documents, right, for the screening tools?
Yes.
8 documents, and
Don't send the video. Just send the PPT. There's 2 PPT and the screening tools.
okay, so Harisha. So since Miss Veni asked us to download, okay, we can just download all the materials there except for the video. So the screening tools, there are 8 documents, and the PPT there are 2. Okay, so then once we have downloaded it, then we can share the link. Thanks, Harisha.
Yeah, because now I have a lot of email requests, that's why a lot of noise, right? So yeah, if you could download it and then share to them.
Okay, sure.
Yeah, this is all the sound because I'm asking for that.
Oh, we have link here. Is this are these link created by the? Okay, there you go. So Puan Harisha, Puan Mastura has created the link there. Can teachers access the link? Okay, this link works. All right, thank you.
Okay, that's good. Yeah.
Harisha, can you share the link again? Thanks a lot. All right, thank you, thank you. Yes, it works. Okay, thanks, Puan Harisha. Thanks, Puan Mastura. Okay, just click on the latest link shared by SEAMEO SEN Mas. Okay, SEAMEO SEN _ Mas. You click on that link.
Good. Thank you. That's really helpful.
No worries. Oh, there's a question there, Miss Valency, from Miss Roini Hasliza. Maybe you can address it later, but there's a question there. All right, thank you. So the link works, and I'll see you later. I have to attend another meeting in a short while.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. So okay. Do you see any question? Maybe I could. Okay, so anyone, please just access the new link, because otherwise it will come to me the email, and I will not be able to give it to you now. So this is the SEAMEO SEN just send the new link for the PPT. Okay. Okay. Is there any question? Let's see.
Miss Weningsi, there's a question in the chat. Can you address to that?
Okay, I'm still looking. Can you point for me? What is
the question is from Miss Roini Hasliza. She asks, is every learning process of disability categories according to their problem? For example, dyslexic students only with dyslexia and autism with autism, and etc. The question is inside the chat.
Okay, one second. Let me see which one. Is it already? Can you call and then in the please? Okay. How about if I will come back later to the question while I'm waiting? Okay. So yeah, every learning process of disability is the question that every learning process of disability categorized according to the only with dyslexia and autism with autism. I'm not really sure. Is it about the learning process or how they categorize? I think if we are in terms of providing the teaching strategy, I do agree how to grouping them in the it will be ideal if it's grouping them to the same sort of kind of disability, but also making sure about their age and also their current ability or current potential, because like if you are in the special school, there are also a lot of challenges like the numbers of the teacher and everything. But when we are talking about the inclusion, that inclusion is not always to be in the mainstream school. The inclusion also can be in the special school, which means providing the best support for all children with the different level. I think that there is also possibility for grouping them in the same class. That need a lot of skill for a teacher to have the classroom management to really see what the child is actually current level and really work on the IP. And that is still possible because I know with the challenge in Indonesia with numbers of limited teacher, especially in the special school, which is not possible for some time if only have the children one child with the autism and then have the special class. But I think it's really work, and for you as a teacher really have to think about when your student with a different disability and different level could work as a group, and when they have to work as an individual or in the individual class. And that is very important to do the assessment and really know what is your plan, what is your IEP for the student. I do not know if that is make a sense or that is really relate to the question, if that is really answer the question. Do IEP is planned for the special student? Yes. So, well, it's really kind of depend. When you think about the children with learning disability, an IEP is about remediation to really work on what is the main problem of the student. Like for the student that I show you have the math problem, the remediation for her is important, and that considered as a IEP or considered as a substitute for her education program. Some student, for instance, who only visual impaired, but is really smart, and as long as they have the accommodation, they may not always necessarily to have the very intense NIP, but they need the substitute or they need the additional programs such as the orientation, mobility, or other concept, and making sure there is accommodation of the book that is accessible for the student. For instance, to make sure that this is in large print, or make sure that this is in braille, or make sure that student is really use the PC to assess their curriculum. So it's really kind of depend how do you really think about how wide the IP, but most of students with disability, yes, they need the IEP. And the IEP, yes, of course, the individual, as it is mentioned, that individual. So you can work when you implement the IEP. It is possible to work in a group when you have the activities, but of course, each student has a different goal and of course different approach and probably different. Let's say if you need the accommodation, it will be different accommodation for each kid. I don't know if that is answer the question. I hope that answered the question, but yes. That is the second question, yeah, from Mr. or Miss Limpo dan TPM, yeah. Okay. Okay. So we move to the next topic about the screening. If everyone already has the PPT so that they can follow, and as well as later we will use the screening tools. Okay. Can we move to the next level? Next topic. Okay, sure, good. Okay, so there you go. Can you see the my PPT? I hope so. Okay, so next we are going to discuss about the important process that it is part of our role as a teacher, whether a classroom teacher in the regular school or classroom teacher in the special school. It'd be nice if I could know like how many mainstream teacher here and how many special teacher here. Maybe later, yeah, in our discussion. So, what is a screening actually? This is part that all of us can do, and all of us here should do, because that's actually happen in our daily life. It is a natural process we do every day. So, for instance, like when we are in the groceries, we select the best mango among other mango. We select the best orange among so many oranges in the basket, right? The health cadre, I do not know if your country has, but the health professional use the developmental milestone for all young children in the community to make sure every kid has expected developmental growth. And they keep looking if there was any kid who are different than others or who are less in terms of their developmental growth. As a classroom teacher, you have many students and you know every kid very well. So you would recognize if there was any of them who is quiet, who is different than others, who has a cold, be they their behaviors, they have a different behavior than others, very quiet, or they have who has the academic performance is really so much different than others, or they have the different expected behavior at school. So if you see all of them and you can pick one that is very different, those are actually screening. So we do almost every day in our life, but right now we are talking the more comprehensive screening. So yeah, if you see the picture, it is easy for us to kind of try to understand what screening. It's easy for us to see which borders are different. Of course, by visual, we can see that the orange, the yellow, and the blue are different than more others, right? So that's how Yes. So then what we do actually in screening, screening is really important process that to be integrated into the educational programming. And you see that some of the reason is actually in this slide of why we do the screening. So as a teacher, we have seen many different students and have developed understanding of what we expect to be achieved by our students. So when we find a student who is so much different than others, we should pay attention more, look closer, and identify what are the differences, especially when those become barriers for their learning process. And observe and keep listed, then decide if we need to refer to the expert for more detailed information. We may also find students who need tests to get medical tests. For instance, like if we see a student who always kind of look very close when you ask them to read or to write, or the student who always bumping something when they walk, or the eyes who always watering. So you need to think to get the medical test for the student so that they could have the kind of could be find out what is the problem. So it is important so we can be sure there won't be serious impact if we do earlier. And this process actually can be done by us as a teacher, of course, by parents, or every adults are close to the kid. It's not always necessarily the professional, but the family. Sometimes we also can ask the child self, why you bumping? Why you read very close? Some children can answer that, and you can take the note from what they say. We also can ask other students of what is the peer behavior, why they say that. And of course, for everything, there is a challenges that we often find. First, that there must be goodwill for adults, for the teacher, for the parent to collect the data. I understand, like in the situation like in Indonesia, in the mainstream school, there are 40 students in the class, and it's really hard for teacher to see what is the difference, what is the its problem, the problem of each student. But if you notice carefully, you probably will find something that is concerning. And if you do that, and if you do really kind of help the student, maybe you can prevent something that more serious. And then the second is that the selecting the tools, which one that can be used. There is a screening that use an easy one like a checklist. You just take, see the behavior, see the kid, and then take. There is a writing skill as well. For me, and I know for some of the teacher, I'm talking in Indonesia because that I know very well. Is easier to use a checklist rather than the writing skill. I notice when there is the writing skill, like the question of strongly agree, strongly disagree, and in between there is agree, disagree, little bit agree or something that is really difficult for teacher. Or with the numbers like rate from 1 to 10 is difficult for us. I mean, for me and some of the people that I know. However, checklist is easier. I do not know if that is also you feel the same way. And then also select the tool that's familiar for you in terms of the terminology, the question or the statement in the tools. That is really important. Pick the one that is easy, quick, and also acceptable by the community. It's common happen in the community, or it is something that is not really hard for you to see. And then the second, the third, the other challenges is that when we already have collect the information in the screening, sometimes it's not easy to find the resources for the referral system. I know if it is difficult for the classroom teacher in the mainstream school, if they find the red flag for some of the students, but they're not really sure, but it is hard for them to find the professional who can help them. And that's happened a lot, particularly in the rural area. So develop your network, develop the resources. Like in this place, I know that there are a teacher from special school, there are teachers from a regular school. How about if you connect each other? So then you can support each other. There's sometimes that I'm worried that sometimes it's happened that there is a misuse of the screening result. So a lot of time, or I see many times where when the teacher already take the checklist, and then the child seems to be, yes, it has a problem. Then it's like, oh, I know that's why the children like this, the children like that. And then stop there. It's not really looking for other support. And stop to only the labeling. So we don't want that happen to our kid. So when we already have the information, the accountable information, reliable information, then use that for intervention. Either the intervention is for referral, or then change your teaching strategy, organize your environment. Many children with disability are not in the school. That is the problem, right? Yes, that seems to be in the regular school. There are a lot of students that might be not really perform academically, but it's still less for the sensory impairment, for instance. And a lot of children with disabilities is actually not at school, which means we should rely on the community to help us doing the screening. And that's supposed to be something that we could think about for this group. How to find these children in the community, how the community should be able to see some red flag so that the children can be support. Okay, so the ideal screening procedure should be like that. First is really observe. It's really observe the physical of the child, of the student, as well as the behavior. The physical appearance, the sensory organs, the exceptional facial expression or facial features, that could be a part for us to really observe. The behavior mean any exceptional behavior that's shown by the kid, like what is the head? What is the head position while reading, or when the child look for small object?
Jangan basah terus, digoreng mengembang lagi.
Okay.
Nanti ya digorengin yang udah jadi. Jumat aja, Jumat kemarin mau goreng tapi males.
Okay, boleh hari Jumat ya? Okay, so first that observe those both physical and behavior. Then when we already have those information and we found, yeah, there are some students who are different than others. Then we go to the next step, which is to interview to find out more. Interview to individual self, like why when you read you have to move closer? Why you have to nodding your head? Ask the family if there is any history. Ask the family if there is a similar behavior at home. Or the family also have the concern. Ask other teacher. Do they also see the similar thing, the similar behavior? Or even ask the peers. the other student who are close to him. This could be really kind of a good information that we gather from the different people. The second is that this is for the children with LDID. You score book. You know that you as a teacher, in a classroom teacher, you always have the summary of the score of your student and see if there's any consistent children who always have the low academic in all of the area, or if there is any student who has the consistency low, have the lower grade in certain area, for instance, maybe in language, or always poor academic achievement in math, for instance. So you can see that if it is consistently happen, then you have to be aware that you need something. Yeah. So check all of those. Check the right tool. Select the tool for you. Again, that you can use also the flag, the red flag that I was shared to you before. But also there are some tools that is in the link that you can refer to. And of course, you can also see other tools, because my internet is stable. Okay, because tool.
Pakai earphone. Saya tengah khusus lah.
Okay. When you already select the tool, then complete all those tools. Take some time. Do not only one-time observation, but couple days observation, and also be with somebody. So at least with the two teachers. Also check with the. And you already complete this form, then look for the existing resources. If you are teacher in a mainstream school, if you could ask the special school nearby, or if you ask the professional nearby, that would be supported. That would be resources that is good for you. Okay, this is the ideal situation. But simply, if you already see something that a lot of sign, immediately like try to help this kid with the teaching strategy. Okay. So these are some sample of the screening tools that you can access. And again, this is also in your material in the link. I'm not going to share or to all of them, but there is an MChat that you also can use. But this MChat is need to be followed with the detailed assessment for diagnostic, right? Because I'm not sure that MChat is already in your languages. If it is not available in your languages, please ask permission to the MChat, right, to translate in your languages, and they will allow you to translate, but with their permission. And there is a procedure to use this MChat. And again, that you cannot only have one indicator and then you say that, okay, this child is confirmed to be autistic. To have the diagnostic as a child to be autistic is really long process. It's not simple process. Because sharing about the DSM. This is actually motivation from DSM. DSM-4, it was shorter diagnosis to be autistic. They review and they modify in the DSM-5, which is more comprehension process for that. There is also you can see from the foundation, primary school and secondary school checklist. You also can have a look later on. For vision, there is a formal screening using the Snellen chart like this. This is the modification of the Snellen chart. This is for children who cannot do not know the letters, because the Snellen chart usually using the letters, but this is using the picture. So the children can match what they can see in the chart, right? And this is normally used by the optometrists, but it can be also some very trained teacher can use that. The other thing that I would like to share to you is about the learning media assessment, or LMA. This is to see what is the learning style of the a child. Later we will learn to use this LMA, this as a LMA. So with this LMA, you will know like what is the best learning channel of your student. Whether the student more to be vision, auditory, or a tactile learner. So there are some things that have to be aware before we do the screening, right? First, that we have to make sure there will be at least 2 people. It could be you or the parent, or could be with the other teacher. Again, that have to use your checklist that you're familiar, or if you want to use the writing skill, have to be sure that there won't be a bias when you try to put the writing over there. It's not only to be done in the school, but also when the child is in the different places, like at home or in the place which is not familiar for the kid. For instance, when you want to see the screening to see if the child has a visual impairment or not. A lot of time that the child with visual impairment will be very confident working in the classroom because they already know that place very well. They will never bumping something. They never see something that very close because they already familiar with. But it will be really different when the child, the student is being outside or being in the new places. Then you can confirm something that is really different. The thing is that would be great and should be done by the person that's familiar to the kid, and not the person who only coming and then you invited for screening. So that's why you as a teacher, we as a teacher, really have a great information about the student, and you definitely can do the screening. As well, that this person have to be familiar to the screening. So please take the time probably after this session to really read out the tools that I was shared to you. I think that I understand that this chat also already in Bahasa as well, and I'm sure it's also in the different languages already. Okay, so that was the one that is very first step. This can be okay. My internet is not stable. Okay, so again, that the screening is a process that almost everyone can do and can be done in the large number of a student. And the purpose is to determine which the learner or the student should participate in the more comprehension evaluation or testing or not. Yeah. The second process after the screening, I think you're probably already aware and know, is the diagnosis. And this is the need expert who have authority to diagnose the children. And again, the diagnostic is not to only label the kid, but to give what is the proper support for the student to be able to learn better. Yeah, the diagnosis also will tell us the nature of the disability. For instance, if it is hearing impairment, it is something that a progression, or is something that it will be stay, or it will be stay decreased by the time for the hearing ability, as well as the vision, as well as something else that the diagnosis. Or for the visual impairment, the child who is diagnosed as a glaucoma would be different for the progression of the vision than the child who has the ROP, for instance. Yeah, so we'll get that diagnosis. That's important for us to think in the future, whether the children is need using the braille in the future, or it's only enough for the large screen, or probably only will be sufficient enough to have the eyeglass, for instance. When the diagnosis to know what is the intervention for the student. For that, we should know what is the learner current skill level. So what is the content should be targeted. For children with learning disability, we should know, like for the academic, although the children is sitting in the grade 4, for instance, but for the language, what is the level, the curriculum level for the language? What is about the math? Is it at the same level in where they being placed, or is it different? Right? Because if it is different, then in the classroom, the teacher given the curriculum are the same as other children, this student will not be able to perform and will remain as well. What is the content should be targeted? If the child is really having the ID, intellectual disability, and is not, the student is not perform from the self-help, so that can be the target, one of the target. And also, if the student is already older enough, or is 17, 18, right? We should consider what is the curriculum suitable for him. Is it really going to ask the children to learn reading and writing and learn the alphabetical? Probably not. The other assessment that is really important for the next and happen as an ongoing process is the progress for the monitoring. That is related to the IP, related to the program that we already developed when we already know what is the content need to be targeted. So the progress of the learning is sometimes also known by, if in a certain country every 6 months we have the progress report. However, the progress monitoring should happen every time we work with the kid. That could be feedback for our teaching strategy. That could be feedback for us to know what else that we can do differently so that the children can learn. Adjustment. What else can I need to make? So this is the progress monitoring function should be. The program evaluation is not only important for know what the child ask, are those good enough? Do we need to strategy? Or we need to do others for our kids, right? So when we did screening assessment as a whole process, we will not stop. We have to keep doing that, particularly for the assessment. Cannot just one time and then done. No, it is ongoing process. And how we do that? Well, there are observations that is necessarily for the children, particularly for the placement and for the learning progression. And that a lot of children will not be able to, when we do the assessment, it's not all the children can be given with the test. Some of the children may perform their skill, but they will not be able to answer the question. So the observation becomes essential for us to consider when we do the assessment. And we to target different things, area to be assessed. Whether the sensory area, the communication, the behavior, self-help, what is the child like. So when we have the children with disability, area from the kid to test so that we have the strong information about what the child actually really to be this program, you know, as well as like in this picture, we work with different people because different has a different information, different perspective. It's like one person maybe have the part of the have the ability to know what is the child cognition. Other people have standard cognition. Others has the understanding what is the academic level of the child. So have the multiple expert will be really good and important when we do the assessment. That's ideally, but I also understand that a lot of time we don't have all this expertise. The only individual has, the only professional has are teachers. So in this case, do work with your team, work with other teacher who also knows about the kid, work with the parent, ask the parent, gather information to the parent, to all the people who know about the kid. That is when we don't have the ideal situation. Even if you have the ideal situation, don't forget about the one who really know about the kid. And it's also important we really build the team when we do the that one team in the school, the same team will work for all the kids. No, but the team here is the team who work with this particular kid. Maybe the team can be different for the different kid because the understanding of this kid are different. Not all the people have the same understanding about the kid. We all through those what assessment is okay. My internet the assessment could be only what is the What does
Okay, hello participants. Okay, we're sorry. We're sorry for the technical issues here with Manning Singh. Okay, our team is currently getting in touch with her and letting her know that she's out from the meeting room now. Okay. So we have here. This is funny comment like disappearing. Senyap terus, blackout maybe. Yeah, connection problem. This happens during virtual events, so we apologize for that. Missing in action. No, I think she'll come back. She'll come back. She has prepared many materials and her PowerPoint slides, as you can see that we've shared in the link, right? So I'm sure she has so many things to share. But with the internet connection, this is the limitation that we have when we conduct online training sessions. So thank you for your patience. Yeah, it bound to happen. Yes, that's right, Ms. Nujan. This topic is very good, madam, but because of the problem, yeah, me too, teacher us.
I'm back.
Okay, welcome back.
I'm so sorry.
Okay.
Oh, I'm so sorry. And thank you for your patience, everyone. Oh my God. This is a technology.
Miss Vanessa, the floor is yours. You ready, Miss Vanessa? Miss Vanessa, you ready? Yeah, we're glad to see her again, yeah, Teacher Farida too. Miss Vanessa, she's here, but oh, okay. Yeah, she's out again. Teacher guide again. Okay, that's the case. Okay, we have emailed your respective MOEs regarding presentation. So ada tak terima for those of you, did you receive any instructions for a representative to present on the tools such as the the school-based screening tools that are used in your schools or in your respective countries? Do you have representatives already for each country? Let us discuss on that while we wait for Miss Vanessa to resolve on her internet issues. Is anyone here with are you aware of the upcoming presentation in the evening after we come back from lunch hour? You can turn on your microphone and let us communicate. 2 p.m. Yeah, that's right, Teacher John. 2 p.m. when we come back, there'll be a segment where each country has to present on the school-based screening tools or the issues or the challenges that you face in your school, in your country, regarding school-based screening for students with disabilities. So Ms. Vanessa would like to hear from the countries on the issues. Same Zoom, yes, we're using the same Zoom link again throughout this one whole day. So anyone here will be presenting for later? May I please have your name? Meeting is still ongoing. It's just that right now we're having some technical issues. So I'm just killing some time to communicate with all of you here. And actually it's very important as well because I need to find out on the presenters for the evening session. Yes, every page is online.
I am here in case you need, but yes, please find out like how many people will. Hello?
Yeah, hello,
Yes.
Miss Vanessa.
Yes. Please go ahead to ask how many people will present today. Yes, but I'm here.
Yeah, Puan Masura.
No, I'm just wondering. I'm just wondering. Okay, after the session for 2 o'clock, somebody have to present. So does the person alert?
Yeah, that's why we need to find out who the persons are because in our letter to MOEs, we have requested for representative. Yes.
Okay. So that person will get the email, right? The special person will get the email,
Yeah,
right?
is that you?
Okay. No, not me. Definitely.
I wish it's you. Can I nominate you?
I'm not prepared.
So if in a case where there's no representatives being assigned, which shouldn't be, then perhaps it can be like an impromptu where teachers can have like a sharing session instead of presentation. So we can have like each country do not aware person. Oh, okay. Then, but Norjan, you are from private institution, right? Okay, we have one from Thailand. Okay, so because the letter is sent from the MOE and it is preferred to have someone from the government school. So it's okay, Miss Norjan. It's okay, no worries. Okay, we have presented. Thank you for your response. I would like to share great news here. We have presenter from Thailand later. Miss Napa Jumpati. All right, I'll take note on that. Thank you, Miss Napa.
That's really good. Thank you.
Thank you. We have one from Thailand. How about Malaysia, Indonesia, as well as Myanmar and Singapore?
We still can do something if only few country will present.
Okay, Miss Napa Jumpatit is from Regional Special Education Center 1 from Nakhon Pathom, Thailand. Okay, so later Miss Napa Jumpatit will present at 2 p.m. Yeah, ขอบคุณค่ะ
ขอบคุณค่ะ
So we are waiting for more response from Malaysia, Singapore, Indonesia, and Myanmar. So if there's still time to prepare, right, Miss Vanessa?
Yeah, sure. You can. It's just very quick presentation actually to tell what is happening in the country about screening and assessment.
3 to 5 minutes, yeah.
Yes. But we still can do something if it's not. Yeah.
Sure. I think if MOE did not assign, then they can just volunteer, right? Yeah,
idea.
We want to see those teachers volunteer and share with us the issues and challenges and how it's like to do school-based screening. Teacher Masura is laughing and smiling there. I think she wants to volunteer.
Yeah, let's find the leaders.
Great, yeah.
The potential leader.
Yes, definitely. Okay, so Miss Vanessa, over to you. Perhaps they will later provide me with the feedback. Thank you so much.
Okay. Thank you. Sorry, apologies for
No, no worries.
This connection. Okay. Can everybody see? We just need to.
We can see clearly.
Yeah. Okay. Good. Okay. Let's hope there is no disconnection again. Okay. So, yep. We should be here before, right? Okay. And then, the preparation is part of the very important thing in the assessment process. And it is a responsible assessment team will learn as much as we can about the course of the learners over the student. Knowing information, the cause of the disability, and prognosis will help us to think about the priority and the strategy. Yeah. If a child has a condition where there is a prognosis of further sensory loss or decrease the motor function, it will really help us to plan accordingly, like choosing the most effective mode of communication, how to sustaining the muscle use, and etc. So we want to know how a child with disability may affect the assessment process. All right. We want to know whether the child fatigue easily or get tired easily and need breaks in order to understand the ability during the assessment. Some kids may only have may be able to focus on 15 minutes. So we also have to follow that condition instead of pushing our desire to work on something. It's really have to work on the child pace. We also want to know information about the background of the child and family, and this will give us a way, a window to the opportunity that the child has had learned so far. And this also include the educational opportunity that influence our assessment or our appraisal of the child ability. So we will delve more deeply into this topic later, hopefully in the discussion as well. Okay. So what are some challenges as well as in the screening during the assessment? Yes, there are always challenges. One is that there is no standardized test that appropriate for significant disability. As we know that the standard test is like the only one, the standard test that is really well known is for the IQ with the Whistler and Venetia, and other is a really more non-formal test or observation guideline. So we also have the challenge of matching the learners with the professional who have a knowledge and skill and understand the impact of the a child disability or the etiology of the disability, the child uniqueness of the needs of the communication and other things, as well as understanding of the family background. This is important things that we have to consider, and aware that it can be a challenge for us. Many countries right now also require that the student participate in the mandated assessment, like the test every quarter or every semester. That's always aligned to the national academic curriculum. But there are some children who cannot attend the national curriculum. I'm glad that in Indonesia actually, again, that I'm talking Indonesia because that one that I know for sure, that there is a freedom for school to develop the assessment test or evaluation test for the student. And I hope so, or maybe we can discuss later whether in your country also has the freedom to develop a school-based assessment to see what is the progress of the child or of the student. But if there is no freedom, that will be really hard, because a lot of our kids will not be able to attend the same test as well as other students. They need a lot of accommodation. For instance, like for the children with dyslexia or dysgraphia or learning disability, they need more time, for instance. For children who have a dyslexia, they cannot write the answer. If there will be something for them to record it, that will be easy for them. So it's not really judge the way how the student write, but it's the content, the answer of the content. So what make the assessment is really have the good quality. There are some listed here that we can making sure that our assessment will be really qualified. It will really determine the result, the meaningful result of our assessment. So first is that it should show what the kids can do instead of what the kid cannot do, right? Our focus is to find out what the kid can do instead not cannot do. When we find out what the kid cannot do, it will bring stress for us, and we will just see the door is closed. We are educators, have to see both, but particularly what is the positive thing about the kid, so then we can improve rather than to fix it. What is that is not well with the kid? Of course, we should know about that, but also don't forget what is the positive thing about the kid. Also, the evaluate have to understand that the evaluation is never perfect. So just a sample of the child skill, student skill, knowing what is child interest, what is their needs and the competencies at just one point in the time to identify and explore is not enough. So have to be a multiple time, multiple effort for us to do the assessment, so that we have the better assessment result. We have to focus on the big issue, like what is the child like and dislike, what is child communication, what is the child, how they interact to others, what is the family actually worry, what is child expect, what is the family expectation. All of them are really important for us to consider and to find out. Also, that assess the environment. A lot of time where the children do not perform well during the assessment because of the environment. When the child cannot really adjust to the noisy place where the environment is a lot of people, that will be disaster for the kid, and we will not be able to find out what is the child actually potential. When the child too tired, when there are a lot of people who the kid doesn't know, that will be not easy for the kid, and we will not be able to see the real potential of the kid. So be aware of all these things. Somebody before was talking about the IP, and yes, it is part of the important things that why we do the assessment, because with the IP is really the projection of ongoing process assessment, which is this is not limited to one session. It is multiple session. It is a self-reflection for us a teacher all the time when we work with the kid. assessment is used to set priorities and also strategies for the program, how to implement. So our students always being reassessed every day. And that's us as a teacher who should take responsibility and to always work closely with them. Then we can see, is there anything that the child learned, or is there anything that become barrier for the child to not be able to achieve our goal? So while the assessment process is show the fluid, like a fluid, and many components are overlapped. So this diagram is a suggested a sequence of assessment. Step. The assessment is followed by the creation of the IEP, which leads to us for the intervention, and then followed by the evaluation and ending in the assessment again. So you may wish to point out the circular graphic early so that there is not a beginning and no ended, but it's always like a circular, like a process that never ending. So if we see here, just a sample, like when we develop the IEP, we have to identify the strength, challenge, and also what is the priority. After we know the strength and the challenges of the student, then set up the priority. What is the goal? Of course, when we set up the priority, we have to consider many things. We have to consider what is the age appropriate. We have to consider what the family expectation. We have to consider if it is like young kid in the milestone, we have to consider what is the milestone expectation. Yeah, what is our thinking about this individual? Which again, that's why the IP is always different, because the strength of each type of its kid is different, as well as challenges that they find that they have is really different. So with the intervention, what we always have to see is it is really what is the communication, and then also the interaction, what is the academic level, self-help, how we aligning the IEP to the national curriculum or our regular curriculum. There must be alignment, so it is not really something that totally different, but there's a way for us to connecting between the IEP to the regular curriculum. It doesn't mean that we have to only focus to the regular curriculum, but to match, if my child is in this level, what does mean in the regular curriculum? When we do the monitor program, think about weekly, use the breakdown program like the test analysis that will help you to monitor weekly the progress. The quarterly will help you, the test analysis will help you to have the summary of the quarterly report or progress. You will see the quantity as well as the quality of the program. Of course, the annual. What is the during this year? What will be? What is the have been achieved? Ideally, you should really have the program like 5 years, 4 years, 5 years, and then the year 1, year 2, year 3, year 5. So those you can consider the annual as the year 1, year 2, year 3, etc. Then you have a big picture of what will be the future that the child will be after you have the information from the assessment, the first assessment. Then create the 5 years picture, 5 years dream of the kid, for instance. That will make us easier to think what is the priority of every year, quarterly, and also the weekly in the implementation. So this will, again, when we do that, of course, it will come to the report. With the report we will get from the observation, from the interview, from ask the child to demonstrate, or some of them may do the task. It really depends on what is the child current performance or current ability, right? So never ending. It's always like a cycle, After the assessment, we have the information of the current level, then back again to the IP, right? And then again, the other part of the this assessment cycle. So how we do the assessment, because we keep saying about the assessment which lead to the observation. Most of the children with disability will able to really show their skill, and for us it's really easier to observe their skill, their performance, and then take a note of what they can really do. Yeah, and what should be included in the observation? Of course, the communication, and that's not only for the children with hearing impairment, but as well as other children, like you see in the symptom before. When we discuss about children with disability, most of them have the communication problem. So communication is not only if the children can talk or not, but also like how they express their need. How can the children advocate themselves? That's also part of the communication in the higher level. As well as children in the non-verbal communication, how the children can express what they need. How could they express their feeling, which is really important for all of us. Observe the learning environment. A lot of time with the children with behavior problem, some of the environment can trick their behavior. So it is important to understand the context, observe the context, which is when we see environment is really kind of the people, the physical environment, and other things. The learning material, that's considered as environment that we need to observe. Also understand the learning style. If the child has the visual learning style, but we as a teacher, we not give a lot of accommodation which are really visual, and then of course the child will not be able to perform. As well as if the child or the student is more auditory learner, and we don't have a lot of accommodation learning material with the auditory base, of course, our student will not be able to learn and will not be able to perform. Their sensory abilities, meaning like how their vision, their hearing, their tactile, as well as other sensory that we need to find out, so that we have the comprehensive assessment. We also need to see what is the social skill, how the child interact with others, how their child adjusts to the social, in the community, on the social context, how they interact with adult, and how they interact with their peers, how they interact with the new people, or whether the child is only comfortable with the people who are familiar with. With knowing all of this, that we can really plan what will be the next target for this student. Academic only, or communication only, social skill only is not giving or not allow the child to be independent in the community. But it's really think about the self-care skill the child needs. I saw many students who are visual impairment. They're really good in the academic. They have a lot of award, but unfortunately, they're not really independent. the mother still have to help him to dress up and taking shower. So this is not really kind of make the child become independent. So for us as a teacher, it's really have to consider this. What is the self-care skill right now? Does the child able to, if the young kid, does the child able to eat themselves, dress up themselves, taking shower, go to the toilet? A lot of children with with significant disability, they even need a support to go to the toilet, and some of them even have to put their diapers for even when they're older. This is not acceptable, right? I do believe if the children can move, if they can walk, they should be able to go to the toilet. Unless the child is in the wheelchair, yes, they need the support. Yes, we need to know the motor skill of the child. What is the hand function, how the gross motor, and other things that is really something that important. A lot of kids also that the hand function is good. They know how to operate some toys, for instance, but they do not know how to open the door when the child is locked inside the door. So transferring the play activities into the more functional motor skill would be important for us also to think. But during the assessment, find out what are their level in terms of the motor skill and how we will work on this, how to improve that. Okay. And now, what are the procedure? It is not really something that much different than what we do in the screening, but here is more detail. We have to go to more detail for this. Again, for the type of the assessment, like you see, and I believe you know, there is a formal and informal. And with the all informal, there are many. With formal, you do tests. Yeah, we using the like tests that done by the expert, or a test that we do child working in the paperwork. But the informal has allowed us to see a lot of skill and a lot of ways. Again, observation is always writing skill, using the checklist, work sample, always collect what the worksheet of your student, and because that all, if you collect that and put it into the portfolio, that's become evidence for you. Of course, in the interviews, then those could be really something that a great information, wider information that you can get from the student to see they perform and their skill, and could be really extremely valuable for us to plan for the next educational program for individual student. So, observation. We keep talking about the observation. For students with learning disability, you need to do academic assessment, which are based on the curriculum, the national curriculum we have. So in this case, you need to do different tests in math, reading, and find out the academic level in the curriculum. Again, it's always not always they're in the same level. So for a lot of children, they are sitting in the grade 5, but they reading and writing maybe in the grade 2 for children with dyslexia, for instance. But maybe in the math, they are in the level in the grade 5. And that is very common thing, or the reverse. But there are many areas that you need to observe for the student performance, yeah, in the national activities or in the daily basis. So observation assessment is the best way to assess learner with a significant disability, but I also believe to other disability as well. So we need to practice for being good observer. We need to take in various environment and gather objective information. A lot of time that when we do observe, we are confused by judgment. Observation should not judge. Observation is just write what we see at the time. Observation is not mixing with our perception, but it's really to write down what we see. Okay. So I hope this video will work because I would like us to practice on how to do observation. I would like, again, just to remind you to not interpret or to not putting your perception, just write down what you saw. You can write down what the child does, what is the environment, and everything that you see. And do not add your own judgment or do not add your feelings. For instance, like, oh, student looks happy. Oh, student looks smart. And that is your feeling, that's your judgment. But it's not be really seen here. So again, at the moment, we are not interpreting the behavior. We just starting to write what we see here. So that is the important step of being good observer. Everybody ready? Yeah, let's hope our video is working. Yeah, again, just write down things that you see. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna have to stop sharing. So let's have interaction. What do you think? Anybody want to share? What do you see? What is your observation? Anybody want to raise a hand? Mention name.
Turtle is washing the dishes. She's washing dishes.
Yes, that's good.
What I like about how she do it, she use a tool to make it more easier for her to wash the dishes.
Okay, she's doing dishes. She washing dishes. Good. And use the modification. Okay, good. Bagus. Other, thank you. Thank you, Madam Marshura. Ada yang lain? What did you see? And keep looking. No one? It was just okay. From Cikgu Nuratika, using tool to help her. Okay, she's using tool. Yes. No one. Okay. Miss. I thought she was about saying something. No? Anybody? She make try the best and keeping doing. Okay.
Hello?
What is?
Hello?
Okay. Miss Nurjan?
Yeah, from my observation, he only used one hand to wash the dish.
Good.
Okay.
Yes, that is obvious.
Okay. Okay, like some children, even though the cup is already in the sink, you know, they some of them they wash and they will put aside. And this girl is have the idea to put the cup back in the sink, and he is trying to pour the water that is not using. And I like the tools, the adaptation to place the bowl inside that.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Nurjan. Let's discuss about this because Ms. Nurjan, where are you come from?
I'm from Penang, Spastic Center, Cerebral Palsy.
Oh, okay, from Penang. Okay, great.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes, I like when you're saying that she used one hand. Yes, we see. Everyone see, right? She used one hand. Does everybody agree? Yeah, I think so. She used one hand. And the other second is that Ms. Cikgu Nurjan say some children use something, right? Okay. Do you think this? Do you see in this video, or this is your knowledge, your own knowledge? Cikgu Nurjan.
Yeah.
The second sentence is that other children use two hands, right? Something like that. Can you read the...
What you mean? I can't get what you say.
Can you read your second sentence?
That okay. Okay. I'm working with the special children who have cerebral palsy. Some of them, I also did the daily living skill activity with them, like washing plate, washing cup. And sometimes I will put at least two or three cups in the sink. And what they will do is they will wash, you know, the child will wash, and suddenly they will throw it outside.
Okay.
Not in the sink. So
Okay.
this girl, like, he has the idea to put back in the sink.
Okay. So
then another one more I want to add is what my observation is, the focusing, maybe he's distracted of something that people taking the photo.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's discuss here. Good. Thank you. I really like what you were saying. So when we do the observation, I think it's really the first thing that Cikgu Nurjan said that she used the one hand, and everybody agree, right? That she used one hand. Keep in mind that observation is only write down what you see, right? Do not add your knowledge to other knowledge. Do not add your opinions, right? So the second thing that I like is that you say she put back in the cup, and we see that, right? Everybody see that she put back the cup. So I would take those two information for these videos. Yeah, one is that the child using one hand. Second is that she put back the cup. Yeah, and this time I will not adding other information. So that is observation, right? So later when we have to analyze, maybe we can put it. So the word maybe, I think that should not put it into the context of observation. Okay, but I like what Cik Nurjan said. Yeah, so we got two information from Cik Nurjan about this girl. Thank you, terima kasih, Cikgu.
Okay, thank you, welcome.
Thank you. Anybody else? So don't put your perception. Just write down what you see in that video. Anybody else? I thought someone was about saying something. Maybe tidak jadi ya?
Hello.
Hello.
Yes, I just wondering, I saw the girls, one hand holding the handle of the wheelchair, whether I just wondering whether she can, she is not, how to say, not using both hands because one hand she had to stabilize her body. Is it like that?
Okay, so how should I respond? So there are two things. Here is that if I have to respond to your question, is yes, that she cannot do that. But in this case, when we do the observation, we should not wondering something. Right? But yes, you're right, that she cannot use the two hands. But so for this case, I just answer your question. But when we do the observation, let's not confuse with what we're thinking. Okay? We just simply write down what we see. Because if we are adding what we are thinking or our perception or our knowledge from somewhere, not from what you see with the kid, you will have the biased information in the observation. Okay? Okay. In this case, for this video, you can observe the environment. You can write down what is the environment. Oh, there are something. For instance, there are basket, or she is in the kitchen, or she's sitting on the wheelchair. That's you can write down. Yeah, she is using a wheelchair. She is doing dishes. She cleaned the cup. She used the modification, folder modification, right? Yeah, so this can write down. Any other thought about observation? It is simple, but sometimes tricky. Yeah, simple, sometimes tricky, because again, that it is very common for us as a teacher analyzing or wondering or putting our perception. But when we do the observation, please really forgetting about all those things. We just have to write what the child does, what the child do at the time, what do you see at the time. Yeah. Cikgu Nurul.
Yes, I want to ask, how about we write there, she is cerebral palsy. Is it we can do it, we can write like that?
Okay, good question. Good question. I think I would need more information to be able to say that she is a cerebral palsy. Yeah, so I will need collect more data about that when we do the observation in this case. Okay, but if we're doing the screening, yes, probably we have to think that there is some symptom of cerebral palsy. But when we do this observation, we cannot adjust, we cannot judge her that she has cerebral palsy only to see some symptom.
Miss Laini, I have a question. Okay, do we have or we can jot down all the information that we know about our students before we do the observation?
Sorry, say again.
Do we have to list all the information that we know about our students before we do the observation? Like for example, okay, yeah. Do we have to jot down everything that we know about our students before we do the observation? That's my question.
Okay, good question. Good question. Yes, we can, but also not necessarily. Yeah. So when I say yes, we can, is when it's for our understanding. But sometimes when we know everything, in this case of when we're doing the screening, yeah, if we already knew everything, we sometimes like bias with our knowledge. But it's to make sure that, that's information about the kid will help us when we do the assessment, like where we have to do the assessment, when we have to do the assessment, who will do that. Yeah, that's the information about the kid will help us a lot. But when we do the observation, it's not necessarily about that we have to know everything. If we know, good, but don't be confused. Yeah, don't be confused to putting the information before and we add it into our observation result. Does that make sense? Hello? Does that make sense? So my answer is yes, we can do, but don't be confused. Don't add your knowledge about the kid during your observation. But later, when you're doing the analysis, you have to use your knowledge.
Hello, dear. Can you please give us a example of how to write the observation? Because when you give a lot of very good suggestion, but can we have a example of the writing of the observation about the video just now, so that we have more clearer pictures of how to write the observation? Thank you.
Yes, thank you. So for this video, I would say like the student sitting in the wheelchair, she is doing the disease. She used the holder modification. She has a lot of cup and bowl to be washed, and there is no other person in that context or in near her. That's probably some pointer that I would like to highlight. So if I have to analyze, means that this child, it doesn't matter if she can do independently, right? Because there is no one instruct her. That is in my analysis. But in the observation, I just say that she is alone. There is no one around her, and she does the disease. And then what are some tools that she used? That's all what I can give at the moment. She used the one hand. That's other information. Is that make sense?
Yes, yes. And then how about the sponge? I saw her washing with the sponge. She take the sponge out of the washing dishes and then wash that. Should we write inside also?
Yes, you can do it, because maybe later it can be good information, because you want to know more about that, right? In the different observation.
Thank you very much.
Sama-sama. You're very welcome. Okay, so again, do practice. I need a lot of time. Even me, I still practice a lot to do the observation, because it's very easy to confuse with our judgment. Yeah. So don't worry. But again, that observation is important skill when we do the assessment. All right. Okay, so let's go to the next. Oops, okay. So there are also, I would like also to share some to you is some sample of the assessment tool, which is really using the instrument that is available. The LMA, we are going to practice later. This is again to see what is the learning channel of the child, whether child visual, tactile, or auditory learner. The self-help, actually, I have checklist, but it's still in Bahasa. Yeah, I didn't have time to really translate it. I don't know if I could send to SEAMEO team to be translated. Oregon project is actually the inventory skill for children, for young children, 0 to 6. And this is very comprehensive area from the motor, cognition, social interaction, and gross motor, fine motor, and everything. Yeah, this can be assessed, I think. The PAVI is the parent kind of instrument to know what the parent understanding about their kid and also what is the expectation, as well as other instrument that you can find. And I'm sure that tomorrow you will learn more instrument from other resources. So you have this file in your in that link. It's called LMA English. So this is again a way to see if our kid has a certain preference on how they learn. If we know what is the child preferences in terms of learning, then we can provide the proper accommodation. For instance, if the child is more visual, then using a picture, if it's not in the word level, using the instruction, the written instruction is easier for her, rather than we only give the verbal instruction. As well as if our student is more tactile, is that if we only provide the picture for the student to learn, they will not learn. But the child needs to have the
udah dibikinkan, Nak.
Have the concrete object and also have to do with you, as well as in the auditory. So could you download or open your file for the LMA? Because we're gonna to see the videos again and learn to use the LMA. Does anybody already have that? Hello, everyone has the LMA?
Yes, sir. Yes, yes.
File called LMA. Okay, 1 second. If you already have that, so we're going to see this video, and we will note like what you see in the video and how the child perform that. So for instance, you may write the child picking the find the apple. Then you will write it is using the vision first or using the tactile first. So mean like if the child looking to the apple and then grab the apple, then the child is a visual. In that case, in that action. Another time is, for instance, like the child find the cookie. And then you have to see how or what the child do to find that cookie. Does the child look into the cookie, or the child and then grab, or the child grab and then eat it? If the child see first before grab, then you take the visual or fee. If the child grab first, then you take the tactile. Does that make sense? Hello? Do you okay with the instruction?
Yes.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Yes.
Great. So you just
Miss
write down.
Vanessa.
Yeah.
Hi, Miss Vanessa. Okay, I would like to alert you that you have 15 more minutes before we go for our lunch break.
Okay, good.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. We'll just practice a little bit. Just write down whatever you can do through this video. So just look the small action that the child does. All right, and then write down, and then tick which one, and then later on you will see is it more visual or more tactile. Okay, let's roll. That is a toy. Okay. Is it enough or you want one more? I know it's not easy.
One more time, please.
One more time. Okay. Thank you, Cikgu. This is a toy. Her favorite toy. Okay. Okay. It's cute kid, yeah? So what do you think? Anybody want to try? please. Otherwise, I will mention the name of the person, yeah? If no one raise the hand.
I would like to try.
Yes, sure. Go ahead.
I think, no, based on my observation, she's a visual person first. After that, it's auditory, and then after that, it's tactile.
Okay. How do you write down in your LMA form?
If it's in a sentence, and then I'll say it like this kid is a visual person because her first interaction is when she saw something and she wants to grab it, and then the second one is auditory because her father attract her through the sound, and then the third one she tried to catch it with her hand and hold it.
Okay. So she used everything. Okay. Good. Let's find out from others. Thank you. How about what other people say here? From
Can I try?
Yes.
Okay. The child can listen to the sound, and next, she noticed that there's a sound coming out from the toy when shaking it, and she's trying to imitate the same action to make the thing make sounds. Right.
Okay. Okay. We can all right. Let's see. Thank you. Okay, so let me help like this. How did she find the apple?
Hi, so I think she's looked at the apple on the sheet and then she crawled to the toy to pick it up.
Okay. So let's discuss for the apple first. So, Sir Afik, where are you
Yes.
coming from?
I'm from Singapore.
From Singapore. Okay. Thank you. So, Mr. Afik said that when grab the apple, this child see first, then grab, right?
Yep, that's right.
Okay, so then I would take the V under the taking the apple, she use the vision, right? So take the V. Taking apple, take the V. Okay? That one thing. Do you everybody follow me? So
Yes, we are following.
Yes.
Yes.
So grab the apple is using the vision, right? Vision first. She see the apple and then grab it. So mean she use the vision, right? She use the vision first, not grabbing first. All right. Terima kasih, Mr. Afik. Now, how she did find the orange? Did she use the vision or did she use the tactile first?
I remember, I think the father or the man redirect her, touch her, point to her the orange, then she took it. Right?
Right. So it means that she used the vision first, right? She follow the orange, right? And then she grab it. So if she, let me open my camera. So if she using the tactile, mean that she just grab it and she doesn't see it, right? But what she does is that she see first and then she grab it. That mean she use the vision, right?
Yes, she's a visual person.
There is no other way to not using the hand, right? Because she won't, isn't it? Is that clear? So then I will say like picking the apple or grab the apple using the vision. Okay? What about the toy? How does he find the toy? How does he find the toy? Does he look first or she grab first?
She look first.
She look first, right?
Yes.
She look, then she grab. So then the channel information for her for that toy is vision. Because she see, then she want to know more. So the hand is just a tool for her, isn't it?
Yes.
But the channel, the information, the learning channel is vision. So now, up to now, we have the 3 action of her, right? Taking the apple, grabbing the apple, grabbing the orange, and grabbing the toy. And all of them using
Vision.
vision.
Yes.
So what does that tell us?
She's a visual person.
Yes, yes. So in this case, if we have to stop, if we have to stop our screening, which is not enough, we have to do a lot of observation. But at that point, we can see that we have 3 V, and there is no T, there is no A so far, right? Does it make sense? Yeah. Again, I will say, like, if she use a tactile, when imagine this is orange, look, imagine she just about to grab the orange. If she using the tactile, she will explore and then she take it, but she doesn't use the vision at all. That if she using a tactile, or she a tactile learner. If she is the auditory learner, like with the toy or with something that make a sound, she will just listen to the sound and then go to look the sound and doesn't necessarily to look and then she take it. That if she is auditory learner. Is that more make sense? Yeah. But again, you have to have a broader observation. Yeah, that is not enough. That is just for us to practice on how to see if the child is a more visual, auditory, or tactile learner. And when we know that our child
Miss Melissa? Hello, Miss Melissa.
Right? I need to give a picture. I need to give the object that she can see. I need to demonstrate in front of her. Yeah. I need to work together with her. That's how we use. That's how we use this information to create, to take the teaching strategy. Any questions so far? We have 1 more minute. Are you wondering? Confused or just too much? Okay, how about like this? If you have question, you can write down in the chat, because then I think this is the time is up right now, right? And we'll break for an hour and a half based on the time we have. Then later, if you have any question that we need to discuss, we will discuss first before we'll continue with the presentation. Is that all right, Ms. Suhela?
Sounds great, Miss Melissa. Really insightful session with you from morning to afternoon. Thank you so much. Then I would also like to inform you that we already have presenters for the session in the afternoon. So we have 2 from Malaysia, 1 from Singapore, 1 from Thailand, and 1 from Indonesia. And we're still waiting for Myanmar and Philippines. So if you have any volunteers to present for later on the issues as well as challenges or some guidelines on how you do school-based screening in your respective countries, do tell me your name and details. So, Ms. Vanessa, we'll take a break from now and we'll come back at 2. So before we proceed, maybe you want to wrap up the session first. Thank you, Ms. Vanessa.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. Yes, so thank you for being so patient with me. I know that it is really hard for you to listening for non-English speaker. Yeah, it's a struggling, I understand that. But what I would like to say again, like when we assess the child, really see what is the positive about the child first, rather than to see what is the disability at first or what the child cannot perform first. And then the second is really do in the multiple places, multiple environment, and multiple time. And keep practicing on doing observation, because a lot of time when we assess the children or when we do the screening, particularly for children with disability, with non-LD, mostly they will need observation. So take time to practice this, to practice to be good observer. Thank you, terima kasih.
All right, thank you, Ms. Vanessa, and to our viewers on YouTube and Facebook. That is the end of our live streaming session. To all of you there, thank you for joining us on YouTube and Facebook. I will see you again tomorrow. And to our participants in Zoom, I'll see you later at 2. And if you choose to log out, you may do so. And please log in back 15 minutes before we start the session, which is at 1:45. Okay? Please ensure that you use your full name on your screen so we can identify you as the attendees. With that, thank you so much, Ms. Vanessa. I'll see you later. You've been working so hard since morning, so take a good rest. And participants also, for your great attention and cooperation. I'll see you later. Assalamualaikum and take care. Come back.
Bye-bye. Make sure join again. Rejoin. Don't run away.
No run away. Yeah. And to participants on YouTube and Facebook, thank you so much. I'll see you tomorrow.
Okay, let's go for a break.
Let's go.
See you.
Enjoy your lunch.
Enjoy.
Wow.